And greetings, everyone. Really forgot to do that? Of course. Welcome back to more Satisfactory with me and Zorth. Let's start the music. Is the music started?
I'm not close to you, so I can't tell.
Well, according to this, it's playing. All right. I see you installed the official counter.
Yeah, I figured I would put it in place so that you could have a look at it and see what it looks like. Um, there, this and a few of the other things are actually for sale in the Awesome Shop. They're not things that you research; they just show up in the Awesome Shop. So I only bought that, so I left the other one available, or the other stuff available, so you could have a look at it and see what all they added before I actually went and bought it all.
Well, conveyor wall. Yeah, definitely want that.
Well, I'm gonna buy them all.
Oh, I see. Okay.
The completionist in me, but just so you can see what they added to the Awesome
Ooh,
Shop.
shelves. That's nice.
And they're they are apparently functional. You can actually put stuff on them.
I would hope so. Yeah, the elevator, beam, cables, ventilation bundle.
Yeah, basically they just add little fans, so you can have a fan coming out of your building.
Cool. Very neat.
So I will pull the tickets and buy them all.
And I am going to head back to the factory. And I'm going to look things over. Because I can't shake the feeling that I forgot to get stuff. That there are things that need to be that aren't being made.
And for everyone else out there, Coffee Stain has updated Satisfactory to 1.1, and it's added a few new items. And now those are the items that Playing Tiger was looking at in the Awesome Shop. They also did some other quality of life things, like the ability to use. In 1.0, they introduced straight mode for belts, so that you can have nice clean curves on belts. Well, in 1.1, they added that for pipes. I believe they also added a curve mode for belts.
Where are you going and why are you not connected? What are you making? This is wires. Okay, so I just forgot that. That's Mark.
Okay, let's buy stuff.
Let's go shopping.
I don't need a cyber wagon. I don't want. Well, I'd like a boombox, but I don't want a boombox right now. You can actually spend 100 fix-it coupons and buy a hard drive, if for whatever reason you didn't find all the hard drives in the world.
I mean, I'm glad it's expensive. But I can see why. I can see a situation where someone might want to do that. You know, for example, if they're in need of they want to research turbo fuel for some reason, and they just cannot get their hands on that drive. All right, that's what I did not finish. Computers are here. Okay.
Okay, incoming Ada spam, probably.
If she's saying something, she's not telling me.
Oh,
I saw a quick message going vehicle, I think, but yeah, I got a message that we've got new stuff, but she did not comment to me.
okay. The only item she commented on was elevators.
Ah. But did she say not to throw yourself out of them?
No, basically, she said that there were complaints about people having stairs. So they made something that put a glass box attached to a rudimentary AI to move people up and down.
All right, so the computers are what I did not set up. So I need to set up cables. Let's go here. Okay, actually, no, wait. Radio control unit? I...
Thought you were making those. Pretty sure you were making.
Okay,
those.
yeah, okay, they're right here. That's what the computers are for. So, it's just, I did not remember making that. So. So I need 48 cable. So
Yeah, the
that's
conveyor
going.
wall holes look okay. The problem is, though, that you can't see out the other side of them. Like, it's just a black, it's a black hole that stuff is coming out of, as opposed to the actual wall holes where you can see through them.
Well, it's a start.
Yeah, it's a trade-off. But yeah, I mean they form on each side without putting a hole in the wall, so they disappear through a black spot on this side. They reappear on the black spot on the other side. So, yeah, it works.
I say I need 48. That's 24. Whee! I can watch my nudge go off the table, off the floor.
Yes.
Bye. Oh, ooh, that's gonna be interesting and a little. Okay, that is interesting, and I can see it being a little annoying. Are you watching my stream?
I am.
Okay, watch what the split, the merger does as I turn, intent on following it. I am not changing buttons or anything like that.
Okay, so as well,
It's always going in the direction you're pressing based on what you're facing.
well, yeah, it did that before.
Yes, but I did not expect it to change as you moved. I never had enough distance where that came into play before, so I don't know if it used to do it. It's just that, like, I was watching it go, slowly following, and then all of a sudden, poof, it start turning into. So, like I said, it's interesting, but I can also see it being a little annoying.
Yep. And yes, I hear the music playing now that I'm in proximity.
Really? That is so interesting because I don't. Like I can hear my the brain.fm. Okay, did I do something to the settings?
I see. I hear the galactic music playing when I'm in proximity to you. And when I get out of proximity, it changes back to normal game music sounds.
Okay, that's interesting. I've got my master sound at about 50. Everything else is 100. Feels like they may have reset stuff.
Hmm. Well, put the tape deck on the ground. I'll pick it up and I'll play and see if you can hear it if I'm playing it. Okay, that is interesting. Oh, right, it has to be in my hand. Do you hear it playing?
I hear something. Maybe it's just a soft song.
Let me change the tape. Did the song you hear change?
Oh, yes, now it has.
Okay, so let me go back to Deep Rock Galactic. Do you hear it?
Uh, is it a soft piece?
Well, I mean, it's all fairly soft. It's the doom, doo doo doom, 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 doom. Then it pauses and does a little ethereal sound, and then it does doom, 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 doom.
Yeah, it might be too soft for the way I've got my audio set for some reason.
Well, I mean, maximum volume on this is maximum.
Yeah.
Oops.
Oh well.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, try changing tapes to see if the music is louder on a different tape. I mean, I know you like Deep Rock Galactic, but it could just be something odd for you. The one I grabbed was Absolute Fix It, but you know, whichever.
It would fix it.
No, I mean, I heard that one. It was fairly quiet to me. I hear that one too.
Now I hear it. That is interesting.
Maybe they mucked around with the sound system a little bit and no one really tested tapes.
I wonder if they have their own setting.
Tapes have their own setting?
Well, is it? Doesn't this machine? Doesn't this game have audio setting for machine, like lowering the machine sounds, or am I thinking of a different game?
Yeah, so under audio, there's a boombox volume. Keep going down.
I keep
Audio.
forgetting. I keep forgetting.
And scroll down to sound effects. Hang on.
Equipment volume,
Okay.
probably.
No, it's under sound effects.
Yeah, no,
I
but
have
equipment. The thing is, equipment volume is a it can be opened, and mine was closed, so.
Oh, okay.
And that's where it was. For some reason, boombox was lowered.
Yeah, well, mine's at 28, so
Mine was at 33. Sorry,
interesting.
no, mine was probably at.
well, yours was 60 something.
Was it? But my equipment volume is also at 33 because I wanted to reduce most of the other sounds. So.
Yeah. But your boombox volume was at 60 something. Mine's at 28, so interesting. Okay, well, hopefully that fixed it.
There we go. Now I hear it.
Excellent. Yay,
Yeah.
another problem solved.
Yeah, they must have. 24, so that's going to be Mark 1. Yeah, they must have. Oh, right, we get curves now.
Yes.
Actually, is that going to be? That's how it's going to be. Nope. You need to be. While I am glad that we have variety, I personally don't know that that I have a use for curves.
No,
No, or for
even when you're working on your you've built out your 15-degree curve platform,
well,
and you have
okay,
to put down
At that point,
stanchions
it's going
every
to
single time.
depend entirely if it matches that curve. Because yes, if it matches that curve, then I can see uh, I can see it being useful. But it's a question of, does it match that curve? And you know what? At this point, I think I want to check.
I'm setting up a test.
Oh, you're right, because pretty much everything that all the belts I've set up are used. Because my first thought was, I'll just go play with one of the previously made belt. Okay, where are you?
By the hypertube cannon here.
Oh, I see you. Yeah.
There. And then a straight on the end. Probably made it too long, but
Oh, we'll see what happens. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. This is gonna be nice.
yeah, made it too long.
It's not a perfect match, but then again, it's not like ah, poof. Oh, wait a minute. Oh no, okay. I was just the height of my fall simply kept me underwater for a while.
But the beauty of it is,
Putting them next to each other will make them match, yeah. Hey, but it plays. Welcome to the stream. Look at these nice curves. Wouldn't you want to date them?
I'm hoping that's questions for But It Plays, because I really have no comment. I can't think of a single thing to say on that.
Well, of course it's for what it plays. You're not a fan of curves. He is.
Some curves.
Eh.
I mean, there are curves and there are curves. So
Yeah,
yes, this is
1.1 is now
Satisfactory.
active, so and we got
Great.
curves in them. Curves are now a thing.
But that's not all.
And there's more, folks. We now have right angle turns for pipes.
There's also a curve mode.
And a curve.
Nope, the curves and the right angle pipes are new in 1.1 for pipes.
You like the Bezier curves? You mean did we not have that? No. Before, all we had were 90-degree turns. Smooth curves like that is new to 1.1.
In belts.
Even in pipes? Even in no, well, no. Yeah, but
no, we didn't have 90-degree turns in pipes. We had to build in the turns ourselves.
Yeah, but the soft
curve into the soft curve, yeah.
The soft curves are new to 1.1 for pipes and belts.
I mean, you still have the noodle mode.
Yeah.
For pipes.
Bezier is just the math that controls the curve pathing. Well, if you mean you want something with more control, well, that you're going to have to deal with mods, I'm guessing, but in pipes, to be fair, in pipes, and even in belts, like until Zorth pointed out my curved paths, I didn't think I'd have a use for curved belts. But 90-degree pipes, I'm glad for that one.
I assume we're finished with playing around with the various pipes, or the various curves and stuff. And so it comes back to Smart again. I don't blame you, I enjoy Smart too, but yeah.
Well, if you're waiting for it, you may never play Satisfactory again. Because if they're not updating it at this point, I don't know when they will. Because they've had time. It's not like they haven't had times.
The last Smart update was 2023. I get the feeling that they yeah, this on the Smart mod screen specifically says Smart on this development on the Smart mod has stopped for the time being. Consider the following game features and mods to replicate its functionality: blueprints, auto link, infinite zoop, perfect circles, zoopables, weapons of mass dismantling, and location and rotation. So the other one was blueprints that auto connect to each other, and I don't quite understand how that works.
Play if you might be able to play with the generator blueprint, because this one's got pipes, and it might aim to connect itself since the pipe ends close to the edge. I don't know.
Where did we stick the generator's blueprint? Fuel power generator. That one. That one? No. Was it the fuel power generator blueprint? Is it in undefined? Foundry, individual.
Power. Okay, I don't know. I don't know if my folders work, but power generation has the 4 times fuel power.
Ah, yeah, I got it.
That's the one.
I love horizontal, vertical nudge. Oh, but it plays. That's something else. Vertical nudge. So you can now nudge things up and down. And they removed the limitation, so you can now nudge things forever.
Probably because they didn't know that it would be a thing.
Okay, so the build mode is auto connect. Oh.
Now I kind of wish we could do copy paste. Because I need to nudge all of this to the side. Maybe, well, yeah. Okay, you know what? Let's see.
Oh, cool. You have a moment to come have a look at this? I'm just at the end of the platform.
Yep, I can see these things from pretty far. Okay.
So have a look in the center here where
Yeah.
the blueprint matches. Do you
Yep.
see the links?
I do
Oh,
not get symbols. No.
Oh, okay. So what I see right here is a chain.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that indicates that these will automatically connect.
Cool.
I have no idea if they did. It did something. I mean,
Oh, I see. It's below the height of. Whoa! Please, 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 please. There we go.
Yeah, there's no power out here.
I'm gonna fix that. There we go. Now there's power. At least until you delete them. Oh, right. These guys aren't connected.
No, it didn't connect. It didn't connect these parts.
Well, this is for pipes, not for cables. They never said cables were gonna connect.
No, belts, and. Yeah, that's the right way. Pretty much just drop it anywhere and then nudge it to where you want it.
I know. Just the problem is the height.
Well, just drop it anywhere and then nudge it to where you want it. Yeah. So you should
Oh, right. Because
you'll be able to nudge that one down one.
So how do I go down? How do I nudge down?
Page up and page down.
Page up and page down.
On a numeric pad, they.
Yeah, I know. Yep.
Yeah,
there we go.
Have that.
Got it.
Okay, and you should see.
Yeah, no, it might be a multiplayer thing. I don't see it.
Oh. Oh well, hang on. Your build mode's default. Toggle your build mode 1.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, now I see it.
Yeah, there we go.
Cool.
And I can see it too.
Cool. Very cool. Yeah, that's gonna be nice.
But I mean, even more so. Move it over, down. Theoretically, I can move it out like that, and it shows the pipes connecting between them.
Yep. I do not get the link symbol.
Well, I'm not getting a link symbol either. Probably. Well, actually, the link symbol would be visible over here at
I'm
the
not
edge of
getting it.
the.
I'm not getting
Yeah.
it. Like, but that aspect I suspect is multiplayer thing because I'm on the other side. I suspect that.
It's interesting that it doesn't show in multiplayer. But yeah, no, I mean you can.
So that's the so that so
Looks like
two
looks like there's
platforms.
a maximum. Yeah.
Two platforms is the maximum it does. That's pretty good. That's very nice. And yes, that is what blueprints are for. But it plays. But all I need to do is take this and nudge it, the whole thing, and nudge it to my right, maybe 3 nudges. So. But now I'm gonna have to redo the whole bleeping thing. Because these guys need to be lined up. And actually, okay, you know what? If I'm going to do that, I'm going to do it properly. Which means leaving this gap right there. Now, did they instigate that? I don't remember if they. No. Did they instigate the copy maintaining the recipes thing?
I am not sure.
No, looks like they haven't. Oh well. Well, I am glad that I built this way. I'm gonna have a splitter here. All right. Whoa, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I screwed this up here. Yeah, why did I say time 3? It says 48 times 2. $96 divided by 30 is, so it's, you only need 4. I don't need.
Do you want the iron and steel from the elevators south of you brought to the edge of the platform?
Yeah, bring it to the end of the path.
Okay.
I don't expect to have to expand any more in that direction.
Okay.
A little above. That's below 60. That's below 60. That's going to be above. What are you doing? What's going on here? Okay, I need to check something. I cannot tell which layer I'm on. Okay. How is this? Okay. Why are you not registering my numbers? One, two, three, shortcut. Those should be the shortcuts. So why are the shortcuts no longer working? Okay, this is weird. Because the problem's not my keyboard.
Well, I'm not having it. I don't appear to be having any problems with shortcuts at the moment.
That's photo mode. But now none of my shortcuts want to work. options, keybind. Is there something that deactivates shortcuts? I mean, it doesn't make sense, but... Teleport?
Okay, what the hell, Belt?
Alt. And when you say scroll... Okay, Alt. Huh! Okay, well, it fixed it. Thank you very much. I don't know what caused it because I cannot get it to happen again. But thank you. Wait. Why am I doing this? What's the... Well, you know what? Who cares? Okay. And you guys are going to be that. Oh, you guys are... So you guys are going to need copper ingots. Okay. That's dealt. Copper. So circuit board. So I need 24 circuit board, and we're going with the silicone. It's onto your key press, like the thing that happens when you build menu while holding up, and just keeps going. And after, yeah, it could be. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it sounds like that. It does sound like that's what it did. So two assemblers. Actually, I did not connect power to these things, so let's do that first. Silicone circuit. It did paste with the settings. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. Cool.
Yay! You can now dismantle crash sites.
So you're going to go around the world cleaning things up?
No, just cleaned up the one that was kind of underneath our base, or underneath this platform.
But think of all the material you'd be getting.
Yeah, all the material I'm going to be getting.
Actually, what does it give?
Not sure. My inventory is full of crap right now. There's another crash site around here somewhere. Where was the other crash site around here? Oh, right, it's on the other side. It's over here. Let's see. There it is. Okay, so this particular piece is going to give me 12 steel plate or 12 plates, 13 cable, and 6 circuit boards. This pile is going to give me 9 cable, 11 copper sheets, and 4 rotors. This is going to give me 9 iron rods, 7 iron plates, and 31 screws. The main box is going to give me 11 iron rods, 8 of the reinforced iron plates, and 5 modular frames. And this is going to give me 11 plates, 8 copper sheets, and 2 rotors.
Not bad.
So, oh, there's one more piece here. 11 rods, 12 sheets, or 12 plates, and 6 copper sheets. So in total, this crash site over here gave me 42 iron plates, 22 cable, 6 circuit boards, 25 copper sheets, 6 rotors, 31 iron rods, 31 screws, 8 reinforced iron plates, and 5 modular frames. So, I mean, not horrible for early game.
Well, that's it. Yeah, early game. It's actually useful. I mean, obviously, it's not the end of the world and all that, but all right, and this is going to be 26.4 times 2, so 52.8 copper sheet. So that's going to be 6 machines each. It's 2 platforms. That's yeah, that's gonna get annoying. Okay. Really should not have done that like I did. If I do that, what are we? Exactly, have a lot of space here. What happens if Alright, so it can be made to work. Actually, I'm gonna do that. Oh, right. Right. Wait, no, this one. Oh, okay. That is neat. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. Yeah, right. Okay, I get it. I know why it's gotta be like. Because... Oh, I know why this is not gonna work.
Why is that not going to work?
Because I'm gonna have to use all three access for the merger, and in this configuration, this one will get in the way of one of them. So that's gonna have to go this. And like that. But rescue this. Okay. I need to know what you think of this.
Well, that's some clipping. But since technically these things can be built on up and down now, I'll allow it.
Yeah, it's not how it's supposed to work, but I'll allow it.
60. Okay, so I'm making 240 and I'm only using 230. Okay, that's fine. I see. So it is actually attached to that. It's just clipping into everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's a functional belt system.
Hmm. Okay. As long as it functions. Okay. Look back at the autosave a little bit. Okay, fine.
Of course, it had to go and flip the directions on me. Okay. You see clipping, but it plays. Well, fortunately for me, Zorth is not against clipping.
I avoid it where possible, but sometimes I recognize the necessity. And I'm sure the answer to any complaint would be, well, you are welcome to fix it yourself. So the question is, does my dislike of the clipping override my innate laziness? And for the most part, the answer is no.
In this specific context, it is literally why I asked you to take a look at it. If you had looked at it and went, yeah, that doesn't work, I would have fixed it. Okay, so what else do you need? Plastic. All right, I now need a bit of your input, actually.
Okay.
Because the factory in and of itself is done. So it is now about where do you think the walls are going to be and how are we arranging the drones in relation to that. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did that? So. Oh, that is so nice. You also have them moving in 3 dimensions on the. Okay.
What is in this contained space? What is this building?
This is making the circuit boards that go to the computers right here.
And the computers are the 3 manufacturers here?
Yep.
And are the constructors in front of the machines for what part of the manufacturer for the computer?
Sorry, what?
The constructors that are in front of the manufacturers?
Those are copper sheets going into these.
And over here, over by me, to the west of the manufacturers.
Oh, okay. Where are you?
I'm above you.
Oh, that's why. These guys are the aluminum casing going to the radio control units.
Oh, so these have no connection to the manufacturers.
No, they're you know me. I just used the space I had available.
Well, that wasn't the direction I intended to go.
What ended my playthrough of Life and Land demo exactly? Passage of time. The demo ends where at the at the end of the first winter, I think, or maybe the fall. Like it seems to be about a full. The demo seems to last about a year in the game. No, it was the passage of time. When I started the demo, it said when it was going to end. I just did not think it was going to be quite that Uh, if it should, if it should have been 2 to 3 hours, then something happened. Because yeah, that was about half an hour of gameplay for me, and the demo ended, and it reached the season. Yeah. Possibly. Like I don't have a point. Sitting twiddling my thumbs around waiting for stuff to happen is not something I do. So I was probably on accelerated speed. But it's not like I would have been, it's not like I would have been able to do all that much more, because the time I was speeding up was time I was waiting for stuff to happen. So nope, I was not tech 3. I was tech 2. I was trying to figure out how to get to tech 3 when it ended.
You've made building buildings rather challenging.
Okay. And here, like, this is. Do you want me to redo all of this?
No. No, I will work with what I've been given.
Okay.
It's just trying to figure out A, what a building should be, and B, what I want to put in a building.
But it plays wants me to redo everything. Because when I envisioned this, I was seeing one building. Like, sorry, no, let me rephrase that. I was not envisioning anything. I was just dumping stuff down to get the machine built. But I was figuring it was going to be one giant building with walls just on the outside. And it's, it was, my question was about, okay, where are the outside walls going to be? And what are how are we dealing with putting the drone ports in relationship to that?
Well, I figure the drone ports are going to be on this edge where we are here, because that gives them a clear flight point out towards the rest of the map without having to go over too many things. I mean, if we're going to do this as just one building, that's easy enough to do.
Hey, Akla, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Having lunch and now planning on how to launch stuff to the moon. Oh, that's easy. Just look at the moon, aim, and throw really, really hard. What is orbit if not throwing something fast enough that it moves literally at least as fast as it falls down? Exactly. So you're gonna want to go to the gym, Akla.
Okay, so there's a building.
Okay.
How did I get rid of that concrete foundation? Don't know. Okay, so where are you seeing? So, what materials are we bringing on the ground? What materials are we bringing in by drone? And what materials are we bringing in by others?
Plastic,
Other people?
rubber. Um. Yeah, looks like that's it. Plastic and rubber. And, fuel.
Are we going to refuel the drone at the drone port here, or are we going to refuel at the drone port at the plastic and rubber plant? So the fuel needs to go to one place.
Well, considering that we will also need a drone here to take the turbo motors somewhere, wherever they're needed for the elevator parts, it's probably better to bring the fuel here.
Okay. So far we're looking at 4 drone ports here.
Sorry?
So far we're looking at 4 drone ports here.
Yeah.
I'm assuming rubber in, plastic in, fuel in, and turbo motors out.
Correct.
Elevator farts?
If it's not built properly, I'm guessing it does. I'm not the one who built it, so take it up with that engineer.
Ah, but it plays. Now we have elevators.
I guess that means that I need to make an effort to build a multi-story building. Might help if it was powered.
Power schmower. Oh, I thought you were in here. Ah!
So, the can we put the accesses anywhere we want?
I believe so.
Oh yeah, okay, cool. And on any side we want too. Huh.
Yep. You can put an elevator stop wherever you want. You can rotate it. It can be powered from that point.
Definitely better than ladders.
Yes. The one thing that I did see in the video is do not put vehicles in here, or anything that isn't a player in here.
Why?
Apparently, it behaves badly. Let's see. Do I? Cart. I think the cart comes from the awesome shop.
Yep.
Oh, I should be able to build it. Where is the? Oh, I bet you it has to be built in the equipment.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Factory cart. There it is. It doesn't seem to be handling it as bad as it did when I saw it in the video, but it's certainly not handling it well.
What happens if you're in it?
I fell over. Little wheels are doing a kind of dance. I fell over. Oops, there it goes. Let me out.
All right, so
Okay, back to the question.
yeah,
That
so
was a fun diversion, but back to the question.
yeah,
So we're looking at 4 drone ports currently.
yes,
One for rubber, one for plastic, one for fuel in, and
Yep.
then one for turbo motors out.
yep.
Okay. And each drone port, I think, is 4x4.
3x3, I think. Yeah, 3x3.
Okay, 3x3. So there's more than enough space at this edge here to do it. But where are the other materials coming in from?
Well, some are coming up from there. Some aluminum is back there. Silica is over there. So stuff is coming from all over the place.
And I assume where where it all needs to eventually go.
Sure.
Like, these machines are not configured, so I have no idea what they're supposed to do.
They're not.
These are. So, circuit boards.
So these guys are going to be making copper plates. Sorry, copper sheets. So 26.4. So 8.8.
So are we going to have a master beltway coming around here for copper and one? I mean, we've got iron and steel there. As you say, aluminum is over.
To the northeast.
I've forgotten how to ping. Anyways, so yeah, silica's off that way.
It will be interesting.
Okay. Well, let's start with drone ports on the edge here then. That'd be 1, 2, 3. So the edge of the fourth drone port would be by this power pole here.
Okay.
We can move them. We can move them a little bit further this way. Like we can move it over 3 this way, so that they're kind of here. And actually, let's do that.
Interesting. I don't have a blueprint for them.
Come on, Slowpoke, get over here.
Hey, you should be happy you can move it.
Well, if I couldn't move it, I would just, take it out, not put it back. Okay, so you're gonna make a blueprint of it?
Well, yeah. Move it, move it, move it.
Doom, 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 doom. I like to move it. Then I like to build it. Then I like to move it. I like to destroy it. Sorry, just getting myself another beverage. I will be back to the computer in a moment.
Enjoy.
This is going to be a long week.
What's going on?
Oh, we have server patching this week. So I have to be up early tomorrow to shut down servers, and then I got to work Saturday. Hooray. And I just spilled part of my drink all over the counter.
Oops.
Yeah, well. One of those, since it's milk based, it's one of those things you have to clean up immediately, otherwise
It's a
it becomes a
problem.
problem. Yep. There we go. Okay. Oh, yeah. Seems you're not finished building the blueprint yet anyway, so. Two of them?
So, what do you think? Well, the thing is, I did it like that to account for two, because if we line them up in this direction eastbound, this one will allow the line to be moved along. But if they're turned 90 degrees, then the other one can line them up.
Yeah, okay, that works.
So are you happy with that?
Yep.
There you go.
Blueprints. What did you name it? Drone port?
It's in the pathing.
Drone port.
Okay. Where do you want to deal with the container for the fuel? Or do you want the drone port itself to be the reserve?
Well, I mean, the drone port will hold 18 stacks.
Yep.
And we're only going to be filling. I mean, do we want to fill the plastic and rubber here?
Well, we might as well.
Okay. So, yeah, I think we were probably just fine doing that. So if we make this one the fuel port. The fuel drone will refill itself from the fuel, from where it's coming from, I think, right?
Well, if we set it up that way, yes.
Okay, so we'll make this drone port the fuel port here then. Fuel import, fuel inbound. Plastic inbound. Actually, this is the turbo motor factory. This whole thing.
Yes.
Turbo motor outbound, rubber inbound, plastic inbound.
You may want to rename it to at least, because we're going to have, ultimately, we're going to have more than one fuel inbound across the map.
I thought I fixed that.
Ah. I'm going to go set up the fuel outbound for the. All right, our lights stay on now. After, when we go in the turbo in the hyper tubes.
Yep. I am half tempted to sink the drone ports into the floor and put a logistics floor underneath this platform, so we can run all the materials under there and then bring them up. But no, because you built everything up either ground level or above, so no, that's not going to work.
If you want to make changes, you may want to tell me before.
No, because the changes I'd want to make, once again, it'd be one of those things where we'd have to probably change the whole factory, because you have things laid out a particular way, like materials are coming in at a particular level, and I'm not going to change that whole thing on. So
Honestly, if you want, I can redo all the whole thing.
I don't want you to redo the whole thing.
Okay.
We've put 2.5 days into this already, or 3 days into this already.
That's fine. All right.
I'm just trying to figure out how we're getting the materials, like, because I don't know which machines do what without actually looking at them. I'm not sure how we get the materials flowing into here, getting it where it needs to be. but we will work that out.
All right. So fuel is incoming.
It's cutting over Coal Lake. Oh, there it is. Just pop straight up over the the trees there.
Can you check how much fuel it's got left?
Drone.
Yeah.
I don't think that there's any actual way for me to look at the drone itself.
Okay. Is it still unloading?
It's just unloaded.
Okay.
And it's just lifting off. It's cleared the platform to safe navigation distance. It's turned and it's zipping your way.
Yep.
You should actually, once it gets back, you should be able to see how much it takes per round trip.
True.
Because I think that's part of the drone stats on your side. Since I don't have a destination from my side, I don't see stats. Interesting. Last time when it left coming from your base, it came over Coal Lake. This time it went south of
Yep.
Coal Lake.
Oh, there it is.
Exhaustion is not covered by the Fix-It Pioneer Health Plan. Neither is Pioneer Health. So it looks like it's using 34 per trip, according to what you're seeing there.
Yep. It's got 100, so that's good. It's got plenty. Okay. Okay. Now I need to do something about getting the plastic there. And the rubber. Oh, so actually.
Did you figure if we had enough of each based on what was left over there?
Yeah, I need 96. We have 100 and 260 some plastic a minute and 150 plastic rubber a minute. So we have plenty here.
Okay.
Rubber after that's going to be a little low, but actually, I might change something. Uh, where will those be? Oh wow, they're on their own thing. Really?
Which?
The counter, the output.
Yes. Yeah, they're on their own little tab thing. Okay, so one more turbo motor or one more drone run and the turbo motor inbound will be full here at this factory.
Cool.
Okay, so which manufacturers are making the turbo motors? These are making computers. Radio control units. Crystal oscillators. Ah, okay. So those are making the turbo motors there. And their outputs go to here. The complete opposite side of the base from where the drone port. Okay. Okay, so you're making 3 turbo motors a minute? Well, yeah, essentially. Well, we'll call it 2 turbo motors a minute with an extra one. And you needed 3 turbo motors a minute for whatever the turbo motor goes into, the propulsion rocket, is it?
I am making twice the number of turbo motor needed.
Twice?
Yep. I think.
No, because each of these is making 1.5. You need 2 per minute for the propulsion rocket, so that's 1 extra.
Okay, then I'm making one extra.
Which was going to go into the dimensional depot.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, according to what I have, we're only making one thermal propulsion rocket per minute, and that only needs one turbo motor.
Okay, but the recipe, I recognize that it takes 2 minutes to make, but the recipe says that you need 2 turbo motors in order to start. So you need 2 turbo motors every 2 minutes, or yes, one per minute.
Well, yeah,
Well, hang
and
on, no, production rate is one per minute,
yeah.
and you're making two, right? So yeah, you need 2 turbo motors in 2 minutes, so that's fine. Um, okay, so how do I get this? Well, I mean, getting that way is gonna be, I'm gonna go under the platform. So this is a merger to here. Toss another smart splitter there. Overflow ahead.
I'm really getting annoyed with all the games that go hold shift to move fast and Satisfactory that toggles.
Are you relatively sure that those games don't have a way for you to set it to toggle?
Yep. Alrighty, plastic is incoming.
Cool. Far too far by half. I see a drone incoming. Drone is docked. It brought me 423.
That number would increase.
And drone is backed off and is clear of station and heading back. Okay, so where does plastic go? Copper goes there. Copper goes there. Copper goes there. Iron goes there. Iron goes there. Copper goes here.
And rubber is on its way.
Copper goes there.
Are you trying to make sense of my factory?
I am just trying to figure out where stuff is going.
All over the place is the answer.
We have plastic coming in. I'm assuming there's one particular place that plastic goes.
Once I've landed, I'll tell you where it's going.
Okay, I see a drone inbound. Fuel drones
Plastic
arrived.
is going to the computers.
Computers. So that's these manufacturers here. Okay, is that the only place plastic is going?
Yep.
Okay.
And there should be one, there should only be one input left.
Okay, so that's coming from the circuit boards. That's coming from the cables.
Oh, okay. So okay, never mind. I had not set that up, so.
Okay. Okay.
Can you do me a favor? Can you check this smart splitter? Tell me if the configuration are already in it.
This one is set to overflow straight ahead.
Cool. Okay. Because this is now done automatically when you copy paste. But because I didn't know if it was going to give me the same problem that they give me because I'm away, and that it might only kick in if I look at it.
Okay, so is this smart splitter at the same height as your other ones? What kind of belt do you have there? Mark 1 belt?
Yep, that's the same height.
Okay. One's the plastic. This one? No, that's rubber. This is plastic. Wait, that's the wrong one. That's the input. You said you needed how much plastic per minute?
96 tier 2 belt.
Tier 2. Okay. And rubber, same deal, tier 2.
Yeah.
Where's the rubber going? Well, don't worry about where the rubber's going. Just fix where the plastic's going for now. One problem at a time. So we're on kind of this line here. I don't have to follow that though. I'll kind of you need to be a Mark II. Wait. Yeah, you're going in. You're going in. You're going in. You don't want materials going into the machines yet, though, right?
They can go in the machine, yeah. I don't have a problem.
Okay. Okay. So where does rubber go?
Rubber goes to that one's going to be. Oh, wait a minute. What the hell? Why did you tell me? Oh, because okay, never mind. I'm on the wrong one. Okay, rubber will be split into two. 72 of them go directly in the two turbo motor manufacturers, and 24 will go in the two blenders to make the cooling system.
So ultimately it's coming over here. And what belt do you have set up for that? Looks like it's that one. And turbo motors are this side? No, turbo motors are here. And the belt feeding that one is the top one there. Okay. 36 and 36. Oof. 12 and 12. I thought there was another splitter other than the programmable splitter. I thought there was like a priority splitter or something like that.
Not at this point. I mean, there's a priority merger that's coming.
Yeah, but I thought it was coming with 1.1. Guess not.
I mean, if it's coming with the priority splitter, then we don't have that either one yet. So
So to do a short one, you have to essentially have something to attach it to, and then you have to... No.
and I have already taken advantage of the curve.
Excellent, you're ahead of the curve.
Always.
Okay, I don't know how that's going to work. I need a stubby from here facing that way.
Okay. The trick with a stubby is that you now the distance, you need to adjust it, but is you put your where it's going to start, which
Towards
mark for the elevator?
Uh, I guess that's a 1.
Mark 1. Okay.
Yeah,
And
because these things only need 24. So.
you start it at the stubby at your low. You just need to adjust the direct to make sure that the direction matches, and it should snap directly.
Okay. So when I tried it, I had it facing this way. It was
Oh, you
starting,
want it
and
facing that away? Well, the
well, yeah,
principle is the same, but it's about figuring out where it should be, because then it's going to be about lining it up.
yeah. I played with it for about 3 or 4 minutes. I didn't spend a lot of time at it.
Think this is where it goes, but okay. So I'm off by 1. So, and then, like I said, it's about making sure that the directionalities line up. And then when you line them together, they should snap.
Okay, but that it's supposed to feed into this, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm not too sure if you've got the angle going the right way.
Well,
Like, so is that
uh,
going in or is that going in or out?
oh, I see. I see. Okay.
It needs to go in.
Okay. Then then it's because these guys are not. I guess I didn't pay it. Well, I didn't pay it. I I arbitrarily set them in one direction. And
Oh, really? Okay, fine.
so it's coming that away. Oh, that's a regular splitter? Really? Oh well. I'm not gonna bother. Actually, I don't need that here. Or maybe I do.
Almost like I knew what I was doing.
Really? Imagine that.
Actually, I don't know if you want to check my belt work. Oh, is this ready to go now? I was actually meaning this belt work.
I mean, almost so long as it gets it there, I don't really care.
Yeah, it should. The only thing is, because this is just a splitter, it's going to go half and half until this belt backstuffs.
That's fine. I honestly, I'm not a stickler for the smart splitter. Like even here, I forgot to put them. Like I put regular splitters here, by by accident, and I'm not bothering to fix it.
Oh, I thought you could put them. No, I guess you can't upgrade in place. Anyways, there goes the rubber. And plastic should be feeding into... Yeah, plastic's already backstuffed into these machines. Okay, so plastic is here. Yeah, rubber's getting into these machines, so... And what do we got for the... What do we got in the things over here?
Okay, what the hell is going on here? What do I not have connected? Oh, that's the one that was... No? 3, yes. Aluminum casing, computer... Okay. Oh, aluminum casing. Right.
Okay, so are you guys just sitting here because you don't have any place to put your materials? I mean, if that's what's going on, that's good. So, fuel and plastic are just sitting there waiting to finish offloading. Rubber is going back for another load.
Cool. Yes.
Kind of have to let the rubber go here.
What do you mean?
Well, your smart splitter was set for any forward and none left and right.
Oh, that could be. I may have screwed something up.
No, well, I was just kind of wondering because the rubber had stopped and filled up on the belt. I'm sitting there going, no, they be eating every piece of rubber I give it. And it was not. So that's fine. so those are stacking up.
Oh, wait. Yeah, that is Mark II. Okay. So here and here is where you're going. All right, give me a moment. I need to take this phone call.
Yep. And I will do my best to keep the rest of you entertained. Not that this is overly entertaining, but, we'll do what we can. Okay, so plastic is backed up. Plastic only goes in the computers. Rubber goes all the way over here. So rubber is backed up into those machines, and pretty soon it should stop on the belt, which will back up that belt, which means everything will go over here. So aluminum needs to go in there. And aluminum needs to go in over here. maybe. Maybe it comes up from here. $30, $60. $204. That needs 72. That needs 72. That's a tier 3 belt. Aluminum's way over there. Aluminum's along here.
Alrighty, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I'm surprised you didn't make use of the wall hole to set the height instead of going with the.
Instead of going with the supports.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to run it under because I didn't know where the belt was coming for the aluminum. And then I saw the aluminum was brought up to here, so I'm sitting here going, okay, well, in that case, I need to make it match this height. Hopefully I've got the numbers right. So I've got a 4 coming in here. There's a 2 coming across here. Or, sorry, a 1 coming across here. Because that needs 30 and that needs 30. And you're supposed to be any. And you can't be overflow. You're supposed to be any. And hopefully the slowness of the belt and such will cause most of it to go that way. Because you need 144 that way.
Yeah, the issue here, and it's my mistake, is that this goes around and come back here. And I didn't realize that I had not completed that.
This goes around and comes back. Oh. Oh. Okay, so that's an additional... That's an additional 60, so this needs to be a 120 belt, then, or tier 2. No, this has to be a tier 3 belt. And then I need 120 going the other way, so that can be a tier 2 belt. Then a tier 1 belt.
Yeah.
There. Well, it's a good thing I made a tier 4 belt going into here then.
Well,
Tier 3 should be sufficient to do this because tier 3 moves 270.
yeah.
Okay, so your casings are currently going nowhere.
My casings are going nowhere. Okay, where are the casings supposed to go? The casing are
Looks like they go
going...
into the radio. Yeah, it looks like they go into these radio manufacturer.
Okay, what is this here, Crystal? Okay, so that's... So, okay. Volume is 40, so that's 120, so that's gonna have to be Mark II.
And I figure it goes to that one, yeah. And the belts are already in place for that one and that one. Assume it's a mark. It can be just a Mark 1 belt after.
Sure.
Because we only need 40 going that way.
Yeah, that's a 40, 80, 120.
Okay, so any left overflow center.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Any left overflow center. Any left overflow center. Okay, so you're gonna front load this and then you'll do the next.
Okay. All right. So that's okay. So the plastic and rubber you've handled.
Plastic is handled, rubber is handled, aluminum is handled.
Okay.
At least as far as I can tell, aluminum is handled. I only found.
Well, yeah, those are the only two that that require them. Okay, so copper is going all over the place, and due to circumstances, it's going to be at the height of a default elevator. Unless you want to play with a lot of change in elevation,
Not particularly.
Putting them all at this height is almost certainly the simplest way to go.
Okay. So the question is, where is the copper coming from? Because we have
Copper
belts over
coming
here.
from is on the south side with the iron.
On the south side here, I only have 2 elevators, and they had steel and iron on it.
Okay, which means I forgot. Okay, I'll deal with the. There should be there should be refineries dealing with the copper.
Copper. Copper going into zinc. Okay. Copper going into zinc. Uh.
Yes. What the hell?
So what have I got here? I've got that. How much copper am I moving here?
All of it.
Meaning, give me a number so I know what size of belt to put in. Or am I just putting in a tier 5 and calling it?
Let me check. I will take a look. 480. So that's what, tier 4, tier 5?
That might as well be a tier 5.
All right.
But you're right there. What do you mean belt is too long? You are literally at the opening of the... It's literally right there.
Yep. I mean, honestly, like if they were to extend the allowed length of belt by 1 meter, 99% of our problems would be solved.
Well, except that we would build things 1 meter and 10 centimeters. Needs to be so.
Well, you would. I wouldn't.
I so would be complaining. It's going to clip that belt a little bit. Oh well. But I don't want to do that. And of course, I put it in the intersection of two foundations. Yep. Go me.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I forgot the location. You guys need it here. Right.
Uh,
Issue?
I am just having a hard time reconciling what I'm looking at to what I'm seeing. It's not lining up to the floor hole, but it is making it to the floor hole, which means it's making a connection.
Yeah, that one, because they're not on the same grid. That's why they're janky.
Okay. Need to do that. Oh, right. When you have a chance, chop down a tree.
Okay. Is there a tree in the way somewhere?
Not in particular, just when you have a chance. They made a new animation for.
I was more asking if there's a tree in the way somewhere that needs to be cut down.
No.
On which
Although
I can.
while you're there, while you're on that particular island, there is a slug there, and I wanted you to see that they changed the slug animation slightly.
Oh. Oh yeah, they go into the particle goes into the slug instead of away from them.
Well, and they do have an aura effect, which pulses in and out. So that's the reason why I left that slug there. So there was the impulse, and then there was kind of an outburst. So that's why I left that slug there for you to look at too.
Cool. Neat. Not quite as effective when it's on as an animation when it's on area of effect, but neat. Oh, that's not gonna be pretty. This is actually not going to work because there's not the space of a belt between these two.
Well, then I redo them. I think the steel one will probably be the easiest one to redo.
Yeah. You may want to move the elevator back one or turn it, or because I think its turn radius is part of what makes it not quite work.
Let's see, it's a Mark II left.
What do you mean too long?
I had that problem earlier today.
Well, the thing is, like, it was actually gray when I hit to place it, and then it turned red.
Need to start at the bottom.
Oh, I see. They changed the color. When it's too long, it no longer turns red, or at least this one doesn't. It's turning yellow.
Well, yellow should mean that it's... Yeah. Okay.
Yellow should mean that it's crossing a... So, question that I have. Do you want the belt on the floor all the way to the wall? Or do you want it elevated before that?
It should likely be elevated before that. Because, I mean, if you want this stuff coming in at tier 2 height, or
yeah, like I've got the input on the wall set up at the proper height, and the inside should all be done. So my question is,
well, I mean, it can bring it on the. I mean, you can bring it on the ground, and you can elevator it from there.
Okay.
Yeah. Turned the upper head of the steel elevator, but I really don't like the way it looks. I wish I could leave the back part of it, or the elevator part of it, back against the wall. and then just have the top head turn, but I guess that's not the way it works.
Sorry, give me a moment. Let me take a look at it.
I mean, it's fine. It just doesn't look the same as everything else. Because I needed the head to turn so that I had, well, I don't like the way any of this looks, but I don't
Okay.
know how to.
All right. Well, do you want me to redo it?
So what, you're going to bring it further away from the wall and then so that it has a chance to turn?
Basically, I'm going to leave the head facing the same direction as the other ones and move it back. One should be enough. So
One.
that feels more like two, but that will definitely be enough. Because then all you got to do is straight and go next to the other one or lining up with what you want to do. And it will work. It should work.
Well, straight doesn't work.
Okay, well, because part of it is because you're a little far from the other one. Basically, what it wants to do on that setup is, what do you mean? No. What the hell? Oh, it's too high. The height's not correct. That's why.
Oh. Well, I mean, I had originally lined it up. Like I originally had it on that one. Where the...
Because what it wants to do is be next to this one, right against this one. And by moving it away here, by putting it away here, that's why it doesn't really like it. If you want to line it up to this, you need to move it one back again.
Well, I don't really care where this one is lined up. I mean,
so now it should go right there. Looks good.
okay, that works then.
And you're janky. Really? So that's supposed to be tier 2?
Yes.
Oops, wrong direction. Oh, I know why. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Yeah, no, it's not gonna like it. Okay. There we go. Oh, come on! Really? Now you're not gonna work either? Ugh. What the hell? What the? Oh, got it. Okay, I know why. I remember why here.
Because we have two different grids.
Yeah, and the floor is not aligned to the post, which is why when we try to put down the pylon to hold it, it's not lining up properly. There we go. Now. There we go. Okay.
And you've got everything connected so that everything that needs copper is getting the copper now.
Not quite. I forgot a line. That's there. Okay. Now it should all be done.
Was the line you forgot this one? Where I am?
No, because I fixed the one I forgot. Did I forget another one?
Yes. These ones that are supposed to be making copper sheets have no input.
Okay. All right.
Which way do you want the input facing? Yes, the answer to that question is out.
All right. Let's see. So the line is here. Simplest way to do that. Okay, it's like that.
Okay, so what do these things need? 18. So there's 6 of them, so that, or 8 of them. That's 80, 150.
Oh, I so don't worry about it. I'm putting tier 5. Okay, so that's... Oh, that's splitting, going over there. Where's that thing? Where are these things going? Here. Okay. And here. All right. So that's copper dealt with.
So those are making heat sinks there. And heat sinks here. Okay, so you must have split the belt 2 ways and had it running. Yeah, you're going in both sides to the heat sinks. Okay.
All right. So, what is the belt? The iron belt. What tier is that?
Tier 5.
Tier 5. Okay. Then I'm not going to worry
I
about it.
based the tier of the belt on the elevators that they were built off of.
Sure.
Because I figured you knew how much you were making and how much you wanted, so when you put your elevator up, you specified that.
Yes. Did I screw something up?
No, the smart splitter is configured correctly. I just don't understand why it no go.
Where are you? Which ones?
The aluminum casing. It has filled up this manufacturer. Smart splitter says any overflow goes straight ahead. There's nothing on the belt.
Then the best thing to check is the belt. The belt broke,
Okay.
and
So
if it
that'll
broke
feed into
there,
this.
I'm gonna test it again. Well, not testing, but redo it there because the odds are it broke there too. Yeah, when everything else looks fine, it's usually the belt.
Okay, so this shouldn't be feeding straight through at this point.
No, because it
every
yeah it wants to fill it first.
right. It's not filling anything.
Sorry, what?
Some's getting in here.
It's going into the machine. It's going into the machine.
Yes.
Yeah,
But it should be filling the machine first as opposed to that, unless what's coming through here is too much for this elevator to handle. So that's a Mark 1 elevator.
yeah, that would be it.
Belt.
That would be it. Yeah.
Okay. It's fine.
That's interesting. Is there a jankiness in the belt?
Yep.
That's weird.
Yeah, the belt does a little kick to the
Yeah, that is
following belt direction, a
weird.
little kick to the right.
That is weird. I mean, I'm not going to look at it because it's going to bug me, but that is really weird.
Yep. It's fine. It's doing what it's supposed to. Okay, so those are making heat sinks. And these are feeding into here.
Okay, that's that. Uh, okay, do I have anything else that requires iron? That is steel. We need iron here. How am I going to do it? How do I want to do that? I was going to bring it down here. Uh,
So that needs silica, that needs silica. How many sets of machines need silica? Just the ones that are manufacturing the circuit boards?
I believe so. Let me double check. Yes. And only the crystal oscillator need quartz.
Okay, so these are the circuit boards here. Crystal oscillators.
They're right here. Is these three manufacturer.
Okay, you have cable going in on that line. I'm assuming reinforced plates are coming in on that line, which means it'll be the third height. How many does it need? Quartz? 18 a minute. Quartz is along this path over here, I think.
Oh, right. Nudging. Hey, Darth. Tiger and friend seeking that satisfaction together. How cute. Indeed, very cute. And how are you doing, Darth?
Why, hello, kitties. Why did you come back? I thought I had explained our point of view to you.
Really, you weren't, you didn't explain it well enough.
I wasn't persuasive enough.
Clearly not. On this warm 90 plus day. Woof. Staying cool. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Stay cool. Actually, no.
Oh, the poison plants also have new animations.
When you destroy them?
No, when they're spewing their poison.
Ah. I shall have to take a look then.
Yeah, there's some just off the edge of the quartz platform.
Quartz platform over there.
Does a little spew effect. Come on, open up again.
That's neat. It killed all the kitties, I take it?
No, kitties are immune to poison.
Oh, okay. Because I don't see that.
They are, however, not immune to high-speed projectiles.
Oh, I see.
And that one kitty's stuck in the ground. It's not actually dead.
Ah. Nobelisk is not doing anything?
I hadn't tried because I wanted you to see the poison flower first.
Ah.
So,
I may have a problem. Yep, I crashed.
which, but
My game crashed.
oh dear.
Yep.
Let's see, where are you?
I'm not that far off the ground, so I'm not worried.
Okay, so it was these machines over here that needed the silica.
Fix it. Tip number 5. Getting killed a lot. Try bringing a weapon next time, or medkits, or stop doing whatever you're doing.
It's not wrong. Uh,
Yes.
I see. You've left me no room here.
Room where? Oh, yeah, that one. I didn't think you were going to be the one dealing with it, but I knew that one was going to be interesting.
Wonder why that one gave me a tighter angle there than it gave me on this one. Oh no, I guess they're the same angle. There's just more crap in the way. Okay. Uh,
You want me to deal with it?
yep.
Where are you going to be bringing this stuff in?
Well, I've only brought the stuff in as far as What is my ping button again? No, there. I brought the stuff as far as the edge of the platform over there.
No, so
And this has,
no plan, no other plan at this point.
no, I was going to try to bring it as close as possible, so I was going to bring it kind of straight in, but there seems to be a large section of the wall I had here missing. But I don't know where you're bringing in, like at what level you're bringing in your iron or the steel or the other components. So I mean,
At this
quartz
point,
would
the
just be
iron is being brought in at floor level.
okay. I mean, copper is being brought in at +1. So, I mean, this can be brought in at floor level too. I just don't want to intersect whatever belt you have that needs to go to the west end of the platform.
Right now, this is the belt that's going west. Nothing else. Basically, west is pretty much all done.
Okay.
Uh,
So, I mean, as far as that was silica, right? Or was that quartz? I think that was silica.
this is silica. Yep.
Except we have a belt right there. So it's going to have to go up.
Mm. Now doing an elevator.
I hadn't decided because an elevator would have to space out from the wall. So I mean, I'd left a thing there to try it. Except I'd want it facing the other way, which means that has to go. Was it 2?
Well, yeah, that works.
Yeah. Okay. So that's Mark 4. And then do I want to do an elevator through here? Probably. And where does it go in? The
The splitter.
okay. How much silica does this need?
50.
Okay. So why do we run a tier 4 belt over here?
Probably because that's how much was being produced.
Oh, okay. Well, I probably could have cut this down to a tier 1 then. Oh well. Doesn't matter. It's getting here quickly.
Yep.
And quartz was going to
The manufacturers.
these. And it's from over that way. So want smart splitters like that, and you need how much? 18.
Right. You.
Oh, 18 per minute. Okay, so that's a tier 1. That level? That's level, but it's doing something weird. Wait, 18 and 18 and 18, it's 54. Okay, no, tier 1 should be good. Okay, so how am I going to get the quartz over here?
Ta, 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 ta. No. Did you? Are you the one who put this up, or did I do it?
No, I put that up.
Okay. Well.
I didn't check the configuration on it. Yeah, configuration looks right. But my quartz is over there. So I need to get it over this belt.
Well, what you could do is put a hole here above the belt and run it at that height, bringing it down in this area.
So somewhere at that height.
Well, whatever.
Well, because it's on the wrong side of this belt, so it needs to go over this belt or under this belt or.
Basically, that would be, that would be right above that.
Yeah.
You said the tier 1 for the wall for the belt?
I think it's tier 2 coming in, but it's tier 1 that you need.
Okay. Well, let's keep it tier 2. That way, if we need to divert something, we still have the flow. Oh, really? What the hell?
Yeah, I didn't build it up to that level.
No, that's fine. It's just I had set it up, and for some reason it didn't. It hadn't. There we go. Oh, okay. Well, if I'd known, I would have. If I had known it was that far, I would have lined it up properly. But okay.
That's fine.
All right. Computers are
there's
missing
a whole
circuit boards. Where are the circuit boards?
over where the silica's coming in.
So why are you guys not exiting? That is in. Oh, I think I know why.
Oh, they're exiting now.
Yeah, because I redid the elevators. I think what happened is I'd used a stand for the lining up and the belt connected to the stand, and then I deleted it.
Okay, so this is producing 12 per minute. That's producing 12 per minute. Tier 1 belt should be fine. So this one's filling
All right,
first.
steel is all the way back here.
Yeah, well, steel's in the corner by the iron.
Yep. So how am I gonna deal that one?
Well, first question, where does it need to go?
Where I am. In the opposite corner almost entirely.
Well, we can do what I did with the other things. We can send it down and put it under.
Yeah, that's that is certainly among the possibility among the
Could do it. Could do it that way, and just looking for where your marker is. Or above me somewhere.
I'm gonna do well. I don't know if it's going to be one better, but I've got a floor hole on the ground. What's the tier belt? What's the belt?
It's 2.
Tier 2.
I opened up a hole here. I'll close. Okay. You, if possible, you either need to move it a little bit to one side or the other because you're intersecting your water pipe. So if you could possibly have it here.
Well, no. Well, yes. I'll turn the.
No, I mean it's literally in the middle of the water pipe.
I know, so... but I'm going to turn the small splitter because I need to line it up with that with the splitter.
Oh, okay.
That should be better.
Oh yeah, that's lots of distance.
All right.
Why did you curve?
Because it doesn't want to be straight.
Another case where this belt in straight mode has a subtle curve in it.
Yeah, what I do is I put it in normal, and just shake it so that it'll line up to the that, or I put the stand first, because that then it's going to be lined up to the platform, and then I put it back in straight mode.
Okay, so now I need to send you down.
I'm gonna hope it's a glitch. I don't. Oh, there we go. Okay. I wasn't seeing the steel.
Yep, the steel's moving. I mean, it'll take a while to get there. Unless I put a tier 5 belt under here.
That's fine. If you put it, you'd have to redo it all the way from the start, and then the machines are what would empty, and then it'd be slowed right over again. So
Yeah. So it'll take a time getting there.
oh yeah, I
But
think that with that, everything's done.
okay, so that's working on computers. That's working on computers. That's got no circuit boards yet. Right, because these things are filling. Now this one is filling, and then that one will fill. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, at this point, once we've confirmed everything is working, it will simply be about letting everything idle until everything is done.
Radio control units and motors. Motors.
It's waiting. Motor is waiting on the steel.
Okay.
Radio control unit is waiting on the crystal oscillators.
And computers.
And well, computers aren't. Well, yeah, and computers, yeah.
Again, it's filling from the end.
Yeah.
So. And crystal oscillators are here, and they're waiting on the reinforced iron plates, which should only be iron plates and screws. So where are they? Or is it filling from the other end? Oh, it's filling from the other end. Never mind.
So yeah, we are ever so slowly.
Okay. And this is all for the propulsion motors, thermal propulsion rockets.
Well, ultimately, yeah. That part is not built yet.
No. but we have the modular engines. Those somewhere, forget where. And turbo motors are built here. Cooling systems.
It's well. I
Build
mean,
those in the
if we need extra cooling cooling system, we're gonna have to make them because these are made for the turbo motor specifically.
yeah. So the thermal propulsion rocket needs 6 cooling systems for itself. And 2 fused modular frames. And we are not currently making fused modular frames, or if we are, we're not putting them into the depot. And
Nope, not yet.
we're not making any spare cooling systems because those aren't going to the depot either.
Are they needed?
Cooling systems are used in converters, particle accelerators, and quantum encoders. So we'll need them to make the we'll need the particle accelerators to make the nuclear pasta.
Okay, well then, then with the actually, let me check if it's already in the notes. Yeah, the cooling system is set up to. Sorry, no, the thermal propulsion rocket has the extra cooling system to go to the. Same with fused modular frames.
Okay, so we're going to need another place that's making heat sinks, rubber. Oh, yeah, these are that stuffed and that stuffed. Okay, so we're going to need another place to make another 6 cooling systems per minute somewhere else, or are we going to do that here and do something with them here? Because we've got rubber coming in, we've got nitrogen gas coming in, we've got water. I mean, those ones are expandable.
Yeah,
I don't know
I
if we have more
am
rubber than what we need.
checking something here.
Okay.
Okay, that's still a fairly big system. How many aluminum ingots are we using right now?
I think I counted it as 200 and something.
264. How much are we generating?
I wanted to say it was 300 something.
Then we might be in trouble. Well, not in trouble, but then we may not be able to produce enough here. Right, this is not a valid counter at this time.
Let's see. So this is the smeltery.
So 30 per... 1, 2,
4.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Yeah, there was 15 of these.
So 15 times 30.
450.
450. minus 264. Yeah, we're short. Because right now we need 200 and we're going to need 265 ingots. So our options are to either find a way of increasing production here or find somewhere else to bring in extra aluminum.
Well, I think we're processing everything that we've got here, and I don't think there's more we can do with that.
Well, there are options.
So aluminum
Did
scrap.
you lock me in here?
No.
Come on, it won't let me out. The door is not opening.
Which door?
To the smeltery. To the aluminium smeltery. There we go. Oh, you locked me in. I mean,
Well, no, it was set to. Well, anyways.
The easy quote unquote way is to overclock everything.
Well, yes and no. So we're using the pure aluminum ingot recipe. So we're taking 2 scrap and we're creating 1 ingot out of it. The regular recipe, you take 6 scrap and 5 silica to make 4 ingots. So you get 60 per minute out of that.
You get 60 out of 60 from what? From how much?
So 6 scrap and 5 silica get you 4 ingots. And currently we're taking 2 scrap and we're making 1 ingot out of it at 30 per minute.
All right, give me a moment. Give me a moment.
Now, I need to figure out how much scrap we're actually producing. $360, $144.
All right, 480.
$360. $864. Foundry.
Okay. So we have an input of 480 bauxite, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. The difference is about 50. If we go with the regular aluminium recipe, basically the end result is 1 bauxite for 1 ingot. So we don't gain that much.
Okay.
Basically, we go from 432 to 480. So we gain 48.
And that's not enough of. That's not enough for the other production you need, right?
No, we need. Okay, how much do I need? Actually, that would actually make it just fine. That would actually work. So what do we need to change to this setup then?
We would scrap the smelters and we would build foundries. The foundries consume 90 per minute. We have 864.
But we would also need to bring 400 silica.
Well, hang on. 864 divided by 90 is 9.6.
According to this, it would be 8 foundries.
8?
Yeah.
Because we're producing 864 scrap.
Wait, what? Okay, how many bauxites are we starting with? Because this is not adding up then.
Okay, so this. So what is this? This is a Mark II miner. It's producing 60. So I've got 60 here. Excuse me, spicy boy. So I have 60 there. I have a Mark II with 120 here. And a Mark II with 240 here. So 240 and 120 is 360, and 60 is 420.
$20, $240, $360. Okay. Pure is how much?
With 2 to 1.
No, but sorry, a pure node.
240.
240.
With a Mark II miner.
Everything, but is everything with Mark II miners or something with something?
Yes.
Okay.
Everything is a Mark II miner.
Okay, so 240 plus 120, that's 360. Plus another 120, that's 480.
Now, where are you getting the 120 from?
That's a normal node. If it's got a Mark II on it, it's 120. Right?
Oh, I see. So we have a pure, we have a normal, and we have 2 impures we're tapping.
Yes.
There are 4 nodes we're tapping. I only counted 3. So I missed an impure. So yes, there's 480.
Okay, so if we are at 480, then we should be generating a total of 720 scraps.
Well, I maybe did my math wrong, but...
Oh, wait a minute. No. Wait. What the hell? Okay, we're going to have to change something else then.
Yeah, because that's 100 producing 144. That's producing
Okay,
360. That's producing 360.
864. Why do I get different numbers here? 480, 480.
Well, we're using the sloppy alumina solution, the sloppy alumina recipe. So, are you using the sloppy alumina from bauxite to alumina? Because it occurs to me that we had that problem last time where your calculator didn't take into account the sloppy alumina solution
Okay,
or
yeah.
sloppy alumina recipe.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's a little different. So I need to increase. Let's go. Okay, we're gonna need way more silica then, but okay. So all right, so we will be able to get 576 aluminum ingot, and it's going to be 9.6 foundries. But we're going to need 720 silica.
We don't have that.
We have nowhere near that. We're going to...
Yeah. Okay. So alternately, we put Mark III miners on here. Do we have the coal to support more? Like if we doubled the amount of stuff that we're using, which would be 5 total refineries, I think. Because I think we're under. I think one of the refineries here is underclocked. Yeah, this refinery is underclocked by 40%. So if we put Mark III miners on here to double the amount of bauxite coming in.
God damn it, my keyboard's just on the fritz again.
Would we have enough water? We'd have to tap into something other than the well out there. Pressurized well, because I think the pressurized well isn't going to give us enough.
Right now it's producing 720. We can overclock it.
Well, it's not completely producing it because we're not using 2 of the nodes. So
the reason I said this is the easy solution is that if we overclock everything the same amount, the system doesn't change.
But he uses more material.
Yeah, but when I say overclocking everything, I mean overclocking everything. The miners, the extractors, absolutely everything. So everything stays the same. It's just producing more, and our cost is energy, which we have a lot of.
Yes. Okay.
Like, we're not even using 20% of what we have, so...
Are you sure about the amount of aluminum we're using, though? Because this belt says that we're moving 168. You said we needed 200 and something.
Yeah, but remember, the system's not all the system's not running at full speed right now. It's still waiting for material to be done.
True. True.
So once everything is running properly, it's going to need that. Granted, the odds are it's never going to run fully properly, but that's the number. Unless we want to have problems, that's the number we want to work with.
No, we definitely want to work with the high number.
So,
Okay. So what are we looking at overclocking? We're looking at overclocking 6 miners. Because I think we had 2 miners for coal.
yeah, 2 miners for coal.
Which were already partially overclocked, so we're going to have to be careful how much we overclock.
Are they?
I think so.
I thought they were using. I mean, I'm
pretty sure I overclocked them both because I think that they were normal nodes or impure nodes. Or maybe they're normal nodes and I overclocked them to 150%. Yeah, this one's overclocked to by 125%. And the other one's overclocked to 125%. So we'd want to be careful as to how much we're overclocking them by.
Well, okay, then. Well, we would be overclocking them to 250. Because that's doubling their current clock speed.
Okay, it just means that the other machines that we would be overclocking only to by 100%.
Yeah, basically doubling the. I mean, if we double the production, like we don't have to double it, but if we double the production, that's what we would do. So these two would go to 250. Everything else would go to 200. We would also have to adjust the belts.
Yes.
So, are we doing that?
I'm trying to think of what our other option is. Our other option would be to build another plant somewhere else to make the cooling systems, but that doesn't make sense because we've got the materials right here. We just need more of them. And otherwise we have to try to redo the whole structure. And
option-wise, like another option is find quartz to bring in.
What quartz do we have in the area?
Nothing near. Well, I mean, I don't know because there's a section of the swamp and that we don't see right now. That there's no towers to.
Okay, so those are the two you tapped there.
South of that, there's 3. A pure, a normal, and an impure.
But doing that also means retooling pretty much all of the all the scrap production.
Well, the smelters and turning the smelters into foundries.
Yeah.
But that does not require changing anything else to the production line.
Well, let's try doubling it. I mean, let's see if we can get this work with double.
Okay.
We could always come and pull the shards out after the fact.
All right. So, what do we have for power shards?
Okay, so that's now producing
damn it.
300 per minute, which is a tier 4 belt.
Do you have power shards with you?
I have a couple on me, yes.
Okay, well I'm putting half of them back in the.
So that's a Mark 4 belt to there.
Yeah, this is now 300 as well.
Which means this has to be a Mark 5 belt.
Yep.
And that's already a Mark 5 belt?
If I'm the one who set it up, that's entirely possible.
Mark 5 lift. No, it's a Mark 4 belt. And as memory serves, I think I was the one that set this.
So 480 would be tier 5, tier 4.
Yes.
Two 40 would be tier 3. Okay, it's already tier 3. You know what? I'm gonna put MIG, and that's already tier 5. That's already tier 2. That's tier 2. That's tier 2. Still tier 5.
Okay. Which miners did you do?
All the miners.
Okay, so you've redone the belts of all the miners?
Yep.
All the aluminum miners?
Yes, I am doing the extractors now. Oh, that's okay. We're gonna be okay. We actually, before we go any further, we need to deal with the water.
Okay.
Because if we double that, I think we are going over our pipe limit. Because we can only go to 600 on the pipe.
Yes.
And
how much do we need?
well, how much are we using right now?
Let's see. So that's 120.
So that's gonna be 400.
360. 480. Looks like we have 480 in the pipe now.
$400. That's 800. 160 equals, so that's 960.
Well, keep
That's
in
going
mind we
to be
get some.
96.
Keep in mind we get some back
Yep.
from the processing.
Yep, that's 240. That's 240. Okay, so if my numbers are correct, we should need 300. We will need 384, which means that we are under a. So we just need to make sure that we're producing at least that. And is there any valve on the system?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, I'll check the line, but I don't think I put a valve in place because we were using the in-game feeding water from a particular direction to make sure it gets used first.
240.
So the return is feeding into the bottom, so it gets used first. 480.
480. So we should be good water-wise.
If we double production?
Yeah.
Not sure how that's right.
Well, because we're only because we're also doubling the amount of water that we will be generating out of the refineries. Because at 480, I don't think that that's what we need. That's what we needed to start the system before more was generated into it. Actually, there's probably a way to confirm that. Let me check something.
Okay, so that'll need 160. That'll need 400. That'll need 400. So we need 960 feeding in.
So basically, we are okay. So of the 4 wells that we are tapping, 2 of them are at 25%. One of them is at 45%, and the other one's at 70%. I think in total we are below 50%.
240 and 240 is 480. So that'd be 576. Yeah, so you're correct. 384 is what we need. So the amount of water we're pulling should be fine if we double these machines. Okay, so that means that this one's going to 80. That's going to 200. That's going to 200. That's going to 200. Okay. So what kind of elevator do we have going in here? Mark II. How much coal do you need? 240. You need a Mark III. So you all of you need Mark IIIs. Well, you could have a Mark II, but that's fine. Okay, what kind of elevator do you have here? Mark III, how much you got going in? 160, you're fine. 400, you need a Mark IV. Okay, and outbound, what do we got? 720 coming out here, you have to be a Mark V. What do you got coming out here? 720. What are you? Mark IV. You need to be a Mark V. 288. You have to be a Mark IV. You're probably going to have to decide how you need to adjust the belt on your side, because I don't really know exactly what you did with the splitter that you have here. You've got part of it going out one side and part of it going out another, because I know you were doing it to balance the belts, which probably won't be balanced anymore because we've got 720 and 720, and
they're gonna balance by sheer force of backing. Sorry, they're gonna balance by backing up.
yeah, so we have 1,728 scrap coming out per minute.
Rate 60, so that's still tier 1.
Actually, belt tier 5 is what? 780. Yeah, we don't have enough belt here. Two tier 5 belts isn't going to be enough.
What do you mean?
Well, we're producing 1,728 scrap. Tier 5 belts hold 780. So that's 1,560. We need enough belt for another 200 and, well, 100 and something.
So what that means is we need to underclock stuff to reach that level. Because if we fill 2 tier 5 belt completely, we're gonna have enough. Like, I went with doubling because that was the easiest way to do it. But you know, if we if we don't go to 200 and just aim to producing 700, sorry, enough for a tier 7 belt. Sorry, or
so 780 and 780 is 1560. So we need to be producing 1560. So we're producing 720 and 720.
720 and 720, that's 248. Sorry, not 200. That 100, 400, 1,440.
Yeah, so that's producing 720, that's producing 720, this is producing 288. So 720 and 720 is 1440. So 1516 minus 1440 is 120. So I have to underproduce this one. That is correct, right? So if I want 120 per minute, so this one is underclocked to a point where it was lower than it even was before, which means this one has to be underclocked to a similar amount. Wait, how much is... You need 80 per minute, you need 480 per minute, you need 480 per minute. You're making 400 per minute, you're making 400 per minute. So you need 480, you need 480, so that's 160 more. And you need 80. So that's 160, 240. And you're producing 192. What? How was this even balanced out before? Oh no, yeah, you're making 480. You're making 480. Yeah, no, that's fine. And you need 80. So I have to drop you down to make 8. Right. 33.333. Okay. So I've underclocked. Underclocked aluminum. Raw materials are going to back stuff, but that should be fine. Still using all the water. Come on, water, empty out. There we go. Okay. So you're a tier 5 belt, you're a tier 5 belt, you're a tier 4 belt.
Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Where are the rotors?
Rotors?
For the motors.
Rotors would be wire and screws, isn't it?
Okay, I have an empty belt here.
Rotors, if you're using the standard recipe, are rods and screws.
Okay. All right, got it. I now know why, because I did not connect that fully.
Okay. Okay, so that's... That's a Mark 5 belt. That's a Mark 4 belt. That can't be a Mark 4 belt. That has to be a Mark 5 belt.
Wait, what? Alrighty, but it plays. Have a good night.
That's a Mark 5. That's going to be a Mark 5 belt. That's going to be a Mark 5 belt.
Problem is. Yes, you were where the problem is.
You get a Mark 5 belt, and you get a Mark 5 belt, and you get a Mark 5 belt.
And everyone gets a Mark 5 belt.
Yep.
All right. Okay, so I fixed the problem with the motors. They should start.
Okay, so these are overclocked now, and they're using 120. So we have 15 times 120.
I mean,
1800. Okay, so we are not producing more than these machines can occupy. That's fine. I'm okay with that.
and the belt system has been upgraded to tier 5 across the line. Even in places that it probably doesn't need it.
Well, yeah, because I was sitting here trying to figure out where
Wait,
the
did
numbers
you
go,
wait?
and
Wait a minute. Did you remove the overclocking?
no, I didn't remove the overclocking on the
I overclocked.
smelters.
I overclocked everything here.
Yep, I didn't remove any of the overclocking on the smelters.
Oh,
Mainly because I didn't want to
okay.
sit down
Then
and figure
I
out
must have
exactly.
forgotten. I must have forgotten to do one of them.
Well, the thing is, we are the amount of scrap we're producing is less than what these machines can handle right now.
Which is fine, because they're just going to run slower.
Right. No, I didn't do anything on the smelters. I increased the belting on all the smelters,
Okay.
so we should be handling everything coming out of everything that's coming out of the refineries.
Cool.
I'm giving it a second to work through what it's got
Yeah.
while I go upstairs and close some windows because it looks like it's going to rain.
So yeah, we're going
Or
to
rather,
want
it
to
is.
go ahead.
I was going to say, or rather, it is raining. We're going to want to what?
Well, we're going to want to keep an eye on things for a bit.
Yep.
Make sure that nothing breaks, kind of thing. The refinery for the alumina solution. Have you set them to run properly, or are they
Yes.
overrunning?
No, they are set to run properly.
Okay.
So we have two of them producing 720, which is 1440. Our maximum belt capacity is 1560, which means the last one has to produce 120.
Okay. Now, because I'm looking at the sloppy alumina, and one of them is running at 59, the other one's running at 60, the other one's running at 97. So, are they catching up, or?
Well, I mean, each one matches a machine. So this one is producing 480, which is exclusively consumed by this machine. It looks like what happens is periodic. It runs fast enough to fill up the aluminum, and the aluminum scrap isn't leaving the machine fast enough. But I've got a Mark V belt there, going to a Mark V belt out there. Stop hanging stuff. And this Mark V belt goes from there, into a merger.
Okay, so how much? Okay. All right. How much is a tier 5 belt? 780?
780.
Okay. All right, so I want to bring this. I want to bring this back to tier 1. Because that's going to set both of them at 780 exactly. Okay, we've got a bet. We've got one here that runs empty at times.
Yeah, and I don't understand that. So that's coming from machine 2.
Okay, it's running low on alumina solution.
But it shouldn't, because this machine here is producing it. And it's a straight pipe all the way through.
Oh, I know why. It's a Mark 1 pipe.
Oh, for love of Pete. You don't need to change. What color was that, though? Oh, you changed the color. Good. Okay.
Okay. So that would be why they weren't running at full capacity.
Right. And tier 1 out is fine because we have 240, 480. Yeah, we have tier 2 outside. So tier 1 feeding into a tier 2. Yeah, okay. So water out is fine.
Can you do me a favor?
Yes.
Can you add water to the system?
Add water to the system?
Yeah, I connect an extra node from the geyser.
480. And yeah. Yeah, I can connect up this node here.
Because I think that we created an imbalance and it's having trouble adjusting. Oh, actually, okay. No, it looks. Yeah, it looks like it's having trouble adjusting. So I'd rather have a little bit more water in the system.
There's another 120 coming online, so there's a full 600 pipe here now.
Cool.
But your calculations and mine both showed that we should have been pumping enough water in there.
Yeah, but that was depending on the system being balanced. We created an imbalance. So I'd rather have a bit extra to hopefully let it catch up.
Okay, well, our problem is the same thing that our problem on the other side. We only have tier 1 Mark 1 pipes coming out of this.
Oh.
So we need to feed it with Mark 2 pipes.
Actually,
because they needed 400 per minute and we were only supplying 300.
Sorry, coming out of what?
Out of the going into the initial refineries, the catch up. We only had Mark 1 pipes leading from our feeder main into the
right, right. Okay.
It's still using it faster than it's getting here. Those all look right though. And yeah, you're good. This pipe doesn't have enough water in it. Why?
Huh. Why are you stopping?
You're full of water. You're full of water. You're full of water.
You're above 10. Why are you not pumping? You're going up 20, 30, and then you start. Why? Every third one, this machine pauses for some unknown reason.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, it's running out of water, but I don't
Yeah, but the
understand
thing
why.
is, like, it will go well above 10 before it starts again.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, we don't have 600 cubic meters a minute flow rate here.
and same here. Same here.
Well, I mean, I can kind of understand the problem. Because our requirement here is
Oh,
we need
we need 800. We
for
need 800 water.
we need 867 water, and we're only putting in 600 to.
Yeah. Oh,
But I
that's.
mean, yeah.
Oh, and I don't know how we can deal with that one.
Well, we have to feed in extra.
Okay. All right. So I think the I don't know how easy it is going to be, but I think what we need to do. Okay. So which one? Which top and bottom? Which one is the return from the refineries?
Bottom, I think. Yes, bottom is the return from the refineries.
Okay. I don't know how well it's going to work, but I think that we need to run it in the back.
Run it in the back.
Running from the other side of the line. Basically, bring in the water from both directions.
Okay, but the reason we have it at this junction like this is so that it gets used first.
Yeah, but the problem is that or okay, can we bring the water from the outside then?
To the other side?
Yeah.
Sure, but we might run into a similar problem where, because they're not both going into the same junction, the water from the will not get used first, and we have to use it first.
Yeah. Well, because the thing is, at this point, we need to split the line. We don't have a choice.
Yes, yeah, I know. So how much did I say we were producing? How much is our spare water on the other side? You're producing 40 a minute, 240, 240. So 240 is 480, and 40 is 520. And you need 80, or sorry, no, you need 67. You need 400. You need 400. So we can feed all of one of these and part of another one off of the water coming from the end of the process.
Actually, you know what? Let's try this. I don't know if this is going to work. I'm giving and I'm making use of the other output from the junction. That doesn't break the connection between two, so our excess should still be get used first, but it should give the extra a place to go. And by bringing it from the other side, the pipes, everything should fill up.
So the machines are full.
Yeah. So it looks like that worked.
These machines are empty of water. This last machine is still full of scrap, though.
Okay, why is that?
So what are you? You're a Mark V lift. You're a Mark V belt. Going into a Mark V belt. And you're...
Okay, you're staggering.
Which one was this again? The outside belt? So you're a Mark V belt. Going into a Mark II lift.
Wait, what's going into a Mark II lift?
Well, going into a Mark II lift is fine. These things are supposed to be handling 120 per minute.
Actually, you know what?
$120. Okay, so this one wasn't overclocked, but fine. Easy fix. You're now overclocked. You're starved because you're not getting anything.
Okay, this belt is reading as 480 after after 30 seconds. Something's wrong. Like it's a steady 480. That's a tier 4 belt. There's a misconnect. There's a belt that's incorrect somewhere.
Okay, well, it's tier 5 from the machine. The hole in the wall there is a fake. So, well, it's a hole in the wall. But it's a tier 5 belt all the way through. There's a tier 5 to here.
And why is it...
That's a tier 5 lift. Unless we have a belt fragment inside the conveyor merger.
At this point, I'm...
Yeah, I guess I just broke that too. I need an elevator. Tier 5 from there to there. What the hell? I mean, this belt is moving smoothly. It's not backing up. Okay, so what is it down here? $480.
How the hell is... Okay, how about we redo the belt itself? Are you okay with that?
Yep. Okay, that's moving faster, it seems. 570, 540.
Why is it slowing down? This makes no sense.
This definitely says that this belt is 480 per minute. And the other tier 5 belt behind it says it's 780, which is what I'd expect. But it looks like, I mean, it looks like it. Yeah, I don't understand.
Everything here. Okay. Two. I mean, it wouldn't. The thing is, what baffles me is that there's no stagger in it. If there was a stagger, I would go.
Wait. There's the Mark 4 chunk there.
What? Where? Who?
Just inside the window. There's a chunk that's a Mark 4. That's to slow down there.
Really? Oh wow.
I need the elevator. Well, put back your construct. Well, don't you want to put back your merger construct?
I can do that after the fact.
Okay.
Well, wait a minute. Wait. Well, try it, but I don't think it's going to work. Oh, yeah, okay. It didn't look like it was connected. Okay, there we go, 480. Sorry, 780. It should drop down to about 720 over time.
Oh, yeah, it's clearing the machine.
Yeah.
The machine should be steadily emptying.
Oh,
because
yeah,
we're pulling more out
there
of the
we
tank.
go. There we go. It's going down.
Okay, we only have 662 on the other belt. Not sure why it was only 662 on the other belt. The 120 machine's backing up because we don't have everything moving off of that one.
Well, the thing is, we've got, if you look at it, if you look at the belt here, we've got significant voids here once in a while. Okay, well, actually, it's going back up to 720, so.
It's because we've got a backup of water.
So the system's not working?
Well, we're not using all the water that's out of the scrap machines. So this last machine here is at 42, 44, 46, 44, 42. It's going down. And then it hits the max, and then it needs to empty and stops.
I guess we're going to have to throttle the incoming pipe then.
Yeah, but throttle it by how much?
I was really hoping that connecting it that way would solve the problem.
Okay, well, let's put a valve on this, but
No, I would not put the valve there. It needs to be from the input directly. That's the so the top line is where the valve needs to go.
Okay, but limiting this to what? So I said we had 520 coming out, and we needed.
I'll
What did
I'll
I say?
I'm gonna go double check.
It
So
was 900 and something.
so 400 plus 400. So plus 66.667. So that's 866. And we are making
Should be 520.
480
240, 240, and 40.
plus 40 minus. So we need 346.667.
Okay, well, I punched in the 0.667 and it rounded it to 0.7, but the valve is now set to 346.7.
All right, both of them are empty of water. Sorry, of their scrap. And currently we're reading at 538 and 600. Okay, why was there? Hopefully it was a visual. Okay, you're full and yet you pause. It must be a visual glitch on my part. Because there's literally no reason that machine should pause.
This last one, it's pausing because it's got 42 unit. It runs up to 42 units of water, and then there's cooldown. Can restart again.
But why?
It fills up with water.
It should be going through 2 of water each time. Like,
but for whatever reason, all the water isn't taken out of the machine. Before we had equilibrium where all the water was being taken out of the machine.
yeah.
I removed the extra water from the source line because we're not using what we've got it limited. And almost hit the pause there. 46, 7, 9 paused because it hit 50. So all the water is not being used from the lower line. So instead of this pipeline here,
Well, it looks like it's going down now. Except now it's going back up. Ugh.
Instead of tying it from there, what do we tie it from here?
The problem with that is that there's still a 600 in between. That's going to lock everything.
Hmm.
I mean, actually, you know what? Okay, wait a minute. If we are throttling up this one, we can run this one on the other side.
Run it on the other side of what?
Well, connect it here. Connect it instead of connecting the top one down to the junction, we could connect it here directly. But yeah, I mean, I think what we're going to have to do next week is add machines, set them to take only the excess, and split the lines completely. Because I think that we are not in a position to make this work right now.
Okay, you're full, you're full. That machine is empty. That machine is empty. That machine is empty. Are they going to stay empty, though? No, this machine is not going to stay empty. I don't think. Well, no, maybe it is.
Yeah, it has reached empty.
So maybe the connecting the pipe like that is the answer.
Maybe.
And you're keeping up with 50? You're not completely starving, but you're not staying full, but you are going. And you're staying full. You fluctuate. But you are staying empty. You're gaining some. And then over time you lose it. We may have equilibrium back now.
Time will tell.
Yeah, we'll have to let it continue just to run.
I'm gonna go check on the motors, see if I did fix everything or if more problems occurred.
Oh no, you're full of scrap though. Why are you full of scrap?
Rotors, why are you not coming in? Because I forgot to give the elevators. Yeah, of course.
You're producing 120 per minute. You've got a Mark V elevator, so yeah. You've got a conveyor splitter going to our Mark I elevator.
All right, motors are finally getting produced.
Your Mark I elevator going to Mark 1 elevator going to Mark 1 belt. You should have between the two of those, you should have 120 output. Okay, now I guess you're fine. I'm just going to pull your scrap out of there. Which of you isn't busy? Are you busy? No, you're not busy? Here, be busy. Okay, so now you're all showing 120 or 780 going in. And how are you doing? You're empty of scrap, you're empty of water. You're empty of scrap, you're empty of water. You're empty of scrap, you're empty of water. You're full of bauxite, you're full of water. Full of bauxite. Kind of struggling to get water, but you never drop below 0, so fine.
Yep, motors are running.
Wait, why are you struggling to get coal? $40, $280. That's not $240 worth of coal.
And we have turbo motors being heading to the drone port. So what's the problem?
Coal. The last refinery is not getting a lot of coal, so I'm going to check to see how much coal is being produced. Thought we were producing 600, which means there should be 600 on the belt. Yeah, producing 300. Producing 300. You want to stick a measure on the coal belt somewhere and
Yep.
just see what it reports?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Currently it's saying 480.
Okay, so I have a tier 4 in line somewhere. Mark 5 belt. I mean, that's a Mark 4 belt, but that's coming from the miner. That's a Mark 3 belt. 300 per minute. Okay. You need to be a Mark 4 belt.
Actually, let me check something. Oh, that is a Mark 5.
throughput in this end is suspiciously 480.
Got it.
So, okay, found it.
Yeah.
Okay, now seeing 780 moving on the belt, but that's probably because the miners are emptying.
Yeah, I must have forgot. I must have forgotten the corner here when I
Well,
changed.
I'm the one that did the coal belt. So if
Oh,
anyone forgot it, it would have been me.
okay.
Yeah, the number of the belt on my end is dropping down toward 100, which is where I would expect it to be once the miners completely empty out. Actually, these miners aren't emptying out. Why isn't it emptying out?
Increase the size of their belt.
Well, they have a tier 4 belt coming out of them, which should handle 300, which should handle more than the 300 per minute that they're making.
Then there might be an issue with the connection.
550 per minute.
If you put a counter on that tier Mark III belt, what does it say?
Well, everything here is everything leading up to the merger that heads to the elevator is a Mark 4. So Mark 4 from both the miners.
So what does the Mark IV belt? If you put a counter on it, what does it say?
$275 and 276. So it's behaving like a Mark III.
Change it to a Mark V.
4, 4, 4. $275, $275.
Did you make them?
Yeah, give me a moment. I have to run the line back to the machine. Okay, so that's a Mark V leading all the way back there. It's a Mark V there. Mark V belt there. That says it's 260 going out. That says it's 259 going into the splitter or merger. So maybe we have belt chunk in the splitter or in the merger.
Possible.
Okay, give me a merger. Send it out that way. Which way are you going out? That way. Okay, so that one's emptying now. That one's emptying now. And what does this say up here? 702 up.
It's going up now again. 400.
It should cap it. It should probably cap around 600 once these machines finish emptying.
It's slowly speeding up. 420.
Wait, why are you slowly going up? Oh, maybe you're holding.
Well, I've hit 600. I'm at
580 throughput here.
I'm at 580.
I do not understand. The miners are overclocked to 300 per minute. I have tier 5 belts with sufficient space to know that they are true tier 5 belts coming out of the machines, and I'm seeing throughputs of 290 coming out. Going into a merger. And coming out of the merger, I have yeah, these numbers are going down. Why? And the amount of coal in the machines is going up, even though I have tier 5 belts everywhere that can more than handle this. I have 527 up there. I have 524 down here. And these numbers are going steadily down. I don't remember putting 2 of these on the belt, but that's fine.
I added a bunch of them.
Okay.
And
520, 521.
oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What?
How much coal do the machines actually need?
Well, less than 600.
Exactly. Which
Okay,
means
so
that
machines are probably full now.
yeah, probably. Yep, they're full. So that's why we're having the numbers we're having, because they need 580. 240, 480, 520. So they need 520. So that's
Okay,
why we're
those are
getting
the-
those numbers. That's why the miners are accumulating. Because
Yeah, no, that's fine. But before it wasn't getting me, like I wasn't getting the full amount out. I wasn't getting 520 out. But I am now, so, because you found the chunk of belt that was restricting flow.
well, yeah, that one, yeah.
Well, that one was probably the one that was causing it, because it was a Mark IV belt, so it would have been 480 instead of the 5. Sorry, whatever number you just said. So it's fine. It should be okay now. How is the water doing?
Great.
You're cleared. You're clearing. You're staying empty.
I'm actually stuck
Where are you stuck?
in the air. My hover pack has kicked in and I can't come back down anymore. I mean, not only that. Okay, there we go.
I was going to say, keep flying out of power. Eventually, drop you.
Yeah. It's just that I went much further than I should have without power.
Okay. So over here. Yeah, I thought I had a counter on the belt there. I thought I had counters on both these belts, but okay. So what do we have here? Currently counting 780. Yeah, that was a question. Oh yeah, right. We were putting 2 full belts in. We should be getting 1 full belt out.
Yep.
Because of the way it works. Yes. No, that should be fine. Do we have any backup in here? Nope.
Do we need the foundry outside? That's the.
No, I was just using that to see what the recipe was for the normal one.
Cool.
Okay.
All right. Well, it's 8:50.
Then we should probably head back to base.
Yeah. My recommendation is to have this idle through the week and check in on the refineries. Both the idling is both to build up our turbo motor backup because they're going to go to the drone part first. So if we want them in the depot, we're going to want to
We have 38.
cool.
Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah. Oh. But yeah. And if everything runs well over the week, we'll be able to start on the next stage for the thermal propulsion rocket.
Cool. I need coal. Sure, I'll take coal. Sure, I'll dump the steel ingots in there. Why not? I don't need leaves. Don't need wood. So these will go over here. Leaves will get junked. Okay, so that's all those things. My inventory cleared up.
But I should clear my inventory as well.
Well, I just had a lot of crap in mind because I kept building and destroying and building and destroying. So. Reload my ammo. Reload an obelisk. Reload my filters. Reload solid biofuel. Reload packaged liquid biofuel. Now we have 48 power shards in there. Yeah, no, that'll be fine for now. We have tons of power slugs, so.
No. If you have a doubling system, it's probably a good place to make use of it.
I do. I have a doubling system for alien remains that I'll flip over to making power slugs when we need, or power shards when we need to make power shards.
Cool. Alrighty. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by, keeping us company. Thank you, Butted Plays. Thank you, Darth. Thank you. Anyone else? I may have missed. Akla. I think I saw Akla. Yeah. I will be back tomorrow evening, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. I'll be playing Valheim. I will be returning / restarting the exploration of my landmass after the mishaps of last Friday.
Oops.
Yeah. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it returns, and I will see you when I see you.
Bye.